Yeah. What's good? Good morning. Yo, what's up, Joe with the first today? Molly, what's up? Not my own time. Shirquan, Reaper, Chubert, Snowblade, what's up, Cairo? What's up, Girk
Okay,
Zugi?
Garmin, Video speichern.
Okay. Hola, Aiko. Hi. Oh, there's a lot today. And this one Photoshop has taken up my last 2 days. Just use AI. Hello? Come on. It'd take you 2 seconds. This guy's putting in work. Jeez. Ridiculous. Now, what's up, guys? What's up? I hope you're... Why does it take up 2 days, though? That's crazy. Yo, yo, yo. Me pet Glorp? No. I'm more complicated of a Photoshop to make it look real. Oh, I see. It do be like that sometimes. It really do. See you in 3 months. Dude, see you in February for your real birthday. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. In Leaf's Discord, they were just saying it's his birthday for some reason. So I was just like, happy birthday, Chewy. I knew it was in February. I don't know why they did that to him, but they did. So I was just like, yeah, happy birthday, Chewy. Yep. Congrats, man, on having a second birthday in the year. Putting in part-time PTO to beat Ico in New York City so I could beat him. Beat him off. Oh, crazy. Mr. Glorp, and you will never notice it. Well, of course I'll notice. He's in my hands at all times. What, are you going to replace it with like a pot? Did you know, Glorp? Did I know? Probably. Unless it's something in the 1600s. On this day in 1904, James Joyce's first date with his wife, immortalized in his novel Ulysses, sparked literary history and the annual Irish holiday, Bloomsday. Fans and Edwardian duds. Okay, guys, I'm trying to read the fun fact, okay? Y'all just be glorping and y'all be slorping, but y'all ain't glorping enough. Oh, even Snowblades glorp. Okay. I won't read the rest of it then. No, it's cool. No, it's totally cool. Hey, Ghost Man, what's up? Yo, what's up, Ghost Man? Is it already Bloomsday? I guess so. I guess so, man. An extra for Fossabot, I'm sure. I don't know why Fossabot also does it. I'm asleep. Good night. You got a black mask? Let's go. Yo, why is this one so quiet? Sound alerts. Dashboard. Log in. My alerts. Where the freak is it? Glorping. Settings. Volume. It's literally maxed out. That is maximum volume. I can't even boost it. That's so depressing. I have to make my own variation, I guess. Oh, stylo. Do you still have the sound file? It's on the actual website, but I know where it's from, so I can just remake it myself, and yeah, I can boost the audio. With the great use of Audacity. Oh my god. 1.2 mil GP for me. Yeah. Big money. Big money. I gotta add more sounds to it, though. Dude, this is so freaking NARP. Seriously, thank you for the 50 consecutive streams, NARP. Well, I didn't finish reading the thing. Fant and Edwardian duds, sippin' Guinness, trace the couple's path through Dublin. Now you do. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, Johan is freaking dead. Rest in peace. Rest in freaking peace. He is dead. And there's nothing we can do about it. Except for play this song right here. Hey, brother. He was known well. That's true. He's alive! He's alive! Oh my god, he's alive! I think the cooldown's fine. I was thinking to myself, maybe I should raise the per user cooldown. Though, now it's mostly just cosplayers in the Edwardian garb and a discount in the Botanical Gardens or something. Holidays are ruined. The Denmarkians don't even do anything with clogs anymore, man. Where are the clogs at, man? Dude, you gotta scroll the Camelot. Let's go. Oh, sorry. It's okay. That means no one can touch your clogs because you don't have any. That's good. Probably. You can touch my clogs, but you don't have any. I was do that. I take it that reward times people out. There are some rewards where you lose HP and you get timed out. Yes, indeed, indeed. It is true. My god, that reminded me of that game that I played for a little bit. The full-fledged, like, AFK journey one with, like, the hero. Shirkwan played it a lot. What the freak was it called? It was, like, the idle game, but, like... What, did I hear a lot? No, you talked about... You played the idle game. What was it called? With the hero, and they die, and they're supposed to die so many times, and you come back eventually, and it's just like... No, not AFK Journey. Damn it. Was it like Gods, Heroes? Godville. I wonder how my dude's doing. I wonder if I can even log in. Do I remember my information? Slay the princess. Right. Surely this is my login. 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 Got it. How we doing? Wow, I'm level 27. I'm dead. Yeah. Don't check up on hero for 300 days achievement. Great. Just great. My weapon is a plus 34 damage fragmentation snowblade. Oh, sorry, snowball. How do I make this dark mode again? Here, I'll show you. Navel Clamp, combat level 9. I have a pet snowy droller, a ninja tortoise. What? He's a year old. Oh my god. I got him a year ago? Mana lotion. Correct. Bring him back to life after so long. After lying dead for a very long time, part of me seems rotten. When the hell did I die? I have the spookiness aura for 5, is it hours or minutes? I think hours. I only have 15% bricks for temple. I've only died 11 times. Do they auto-res, or has he just been dead for like a year plus? Lost Way. Note to self, all bleeding stops eventually. That's pretty true. After 3 days, I see. Well, I'm sure he's doing just fine. I'm gonna encourage him. I'm gonna close it out. And we'll see him again in like 2 years when I remember. Amazing. Truly. Click on the 6 at the top of the hero's diary. To reopen it. Click on the 6 at the top of your hero's diary. Where the hell's the diary? Oh. I may have died by the hand of the double dragon, but my name will live on forever. And that was at 10 p.m. yesterday. Okay, so he wasn't dead for that long. Well, there you go. Okay, so he wasn't dead for 20 billion years. We up big now. In 2 years, when I forget about that again, and I'm like, oh, Shirkon, what was it called? You know, we'll revisit him. I actually think it's been that long since the last time I checked. How we doing today? How's the weather for everybody? Because today is actually cooler than the rest, but... Crazy you died before the day before you checked, right? What the hell? Ain't that crazy? I'm back to see my Final Fantasy. Hell yeah. How am I doing? I'm doing alright. Doing alright. I feel like I slept too long, but I can't tell if I did or didn't. I feel disoriented. It's much more tolerable compared to the past week or two. Yeah, actually, that's very true. It is a lot cooler today than it has been in the past, like, 2 weeks. I didn't wake up drenched in sweat. I actually did. because it was cold enough or cool enough at night to not have the AC on overnight. So I fell asleep and I woke up and it was clearly like it got warmer. Warm enough in my small little Harry Potter room. Sleep too much tired, sleep too little tired. Yup. I mean, in all honesty, I have to exclusively sleep between 7 to like 8 hours, anywhere between the 7 to 8 hour mark. Any more and I'm miserable. Any less and I'm miserable. Sometimes even 7 hours doesn't work. It really depends on the day and how I'm feeling and the weather. I was the opposite. You were dry as a mug. You just live with the pain of that at a point. You really do. You really do. Last night was so warm, I left my fan on when I went to sleep, and I expected to be sweating the next morning, then I woke up perfect. Well, that's nice. That's nice, man. Okay. Yeah. No, this perfect song. Yep. I'm feeling it. I'm not skipping it either. It's a masterpiece, truly. Yeah, I don't typically wake up drenched in sweat because I keep the AC on the moment that it's too warm. Don't forget. But I forgot. The summer sale starts next Thursday. Ooh. I mean, I already got what I wanted. We've got plenty of games for the unforeseeable future. Or is it just foreseeable? I mean, the other game that I really want to get... When does this sale end? June 25th is the end of the Final Fantasy sales. So I really need to think about this because Final Fantasy 16 is $20 right now. And I feel like, what the hell? Why is 16 cheaper than Tactics? Only one game I want. It doesn't come out for a few more months. Then I may have longer to wait for it to be out on PC. GTA, yeah. I was gonna picking up 7 Remake because I never played Final Fantasy 7. You should. But then the summer sale starts. But then, it's such a gamble, dude. Either I get 16 now for $20, assuming that the sale will not release or not have like the sales going on during summer. What was I saying? You get the point. I feel like I should get it while it's $20 because it might not be $20 during the Steam summer sale. Or it might, who knows? Well, that's true. I guess I have 14 days, so I could buy it. And then if it's on sale for cheaper, I could just get it during the summer sale. That's a good point. Have you seen this game? How to make an atomic bomb in your garden. No, I can't say I have. Watch them deny the refund. I mean, they have to accept the refund if it is within 14 days and you have less than 2 hours playtime. No matter what the excuse is, you will get the refund. Oh, Tactics is... I didn't know 16 released in 2024. I thought it was last year. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Or Cairo can just go in and just gift the game. I mean, you know, that does also... Thank you. Thank you. God damn. I just look at the description of the game. It says an epic dark fantasy where fates are decided by mighty icons. Guys, we're icons. That's us. Just spelled differently. Thank you, Cairo. We will be playing Final Fantasy 16 after our classic runs. Or at least until I'm done and I feel like I need a break. And then we will go into 16, and then we'll return to the classics after. Funny story about the song. I don't know if I've already said it on stream. I probably have. But our final assignment in my history course was just a page long, and we had to pick a song that has some meaningful lyrics that could be kind of like equal to the Civil War. So I chose the song and I wrote about it. The remake is Intergrade and Rebirth, yes, and then a new one's coming out soon. Not the Ludwig version, man. Yeah, so it's Intergrade. I can actually check because I have family share. Final Fantasy Rebirth and Remake Intergrade. And you didn't pick the Cranberry Zombies or Antis Zombie. Yeah, I was actually going to do the Bad Wolves Cranberries cover of Zombie because I just thought that one was way more meaningful. But yeah, I don't know. I just ended up going with Bob Marley. War. It's true. I'm buying it now. I don't want to Gamba. Well, just like mentioned above, you could buy it and on Thursday, if you see it for cheaper, refund and get it again. Yeah. Thank you again, Cairo. We will be playing that video game soon, TM. I'm only playing the classic Final Fantasies, and then we'll get into... I guess we'll play 16 after. And then, if I really feel like I want to, I might play 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe we'll play Type 0. Wait, why does Type 0 have mixed reviews? This game This game perfectly encapsulates every negative JRPG stereotype. I painfully ground out the 100% achievements and immediately dipped. Playtime on record, 19.3 hours. One of the worst ports I've ever seen. Bought the game years ago and never got to play it. It just won't run and won't run properly. Or won't run properly. Do not give them money for this trash. Some of these people need to play, like, Drakengard 3. I'm curious if what they say about clunky combat and, like, unresponsiveness, I'm so curious if it is anything like Drakengard 3. I played Type Zero on the PlayStation way back when. PS4. I'd still probably go ahead and try to play it. Now, if it really sucks, then fine, but... Which is Type Zero? That's a great question. It's like... If you thought of Rogue One, if you know Rogue One from Star Wars, and you implement it into, like, the Final Fantasy universe as, like, a side squadron that's fighting during the time of, I don't know exactly what game it was, but basically it's like the underdogs are a squad and they're fighting for the Empire. No, it's not Chaos, no. No. Or sorry, they're not fighting for the Empire. They're fighting the Empire, but like it's complicated. It's a complicated game. I never ended up finishing it. I got pretty close. I would say I was like a mission off or something. I just never ended up finishing it. But it's so long ago that I don't even remember. It'd be cool to replay. I'd like to play the Lightning games as well. Just because it's Lightning. Big fan, big fan. I'm looking at all the games that they have. I do not know this one at all. Yeah. It was a stray bird in the Final Fantasy franchise. Granted, it's fair to argue that a lot of the Final Fantasy games that aren't like mainline were all stray birds, but I don't know. Honestly, I have never seen more hype for a Final Fantasy game than I saw for Final Fantasy Tactics when they announced the remake. I don't even know if people were that hyped for 7, the remakes. Maybe they were, but as far as my friend groups who are diehard Final Fantasy fans, one of them was crying in the VC when they announced the Final Fantasy Tactics remake. That's why I would always argue against 14, just because of how many standalone games you could finish in the time it takes to do MSQ, which is very fair. I mean, obviously I love 14. The reason I'm playing all of these games is because I want to know more about the franchise beyond... Also, it's really cool to see what the references are that are used in 14, because obviously these games came out before 14, so it's really cool to see all of the little things that are like, whoa, what the hell? Whoa, I know what that's from. Matoya alone in 1, it was like, what the hell? That's so cool. But I want to play them all because I feel like a poser to the Final Fantasy franchise, because before I ever played a Final Fantasy game, the only time I really saw Final Fantasy was Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 2. Okay? Oh, and I guess Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 1. But like, I have never seen anything about Final Fantasy before then, you know? And then finally, I played Final Fantasy X with Auron and whatever. And then I played... What did I play after that? I think 14. And then I played Type 0. And then I played 15. And I didn't finish most of those at the time. Yo, what's up, Peanut? People split hairs about that too. I don't care what you tell me. Kingdom Hearts games are Final Fantasy games. Kingdom Hearts games are Final Fantasy games, but just Disney. And my argument is, if you remove the Disney elements of Kingdom Hearts, you literally just get Final Fantasy. Like, that's it. They're also in the same universe. It's the same thing. Kingdom Hearts literally, they exist in the same universe, meaning that Disney does exist in Final Fantasy. And then people are like, but that makes it so not serious. Okay, well, Fall Guys exists in the Final Fantasy universe. It's not meant to be that serious. Like, it is, but it isn't. Any collaboration that has occurred in Final Fantasy is canon. So while you're playing Cloud Strife, fighting like Sephiroth or whatever, and it's like the craziest thing with one winged angel playing, you should remind yourself that somewhere out there are people doing the Fall Guys like agility courses at the same exact time. In the canon, that is how that works. It's really funny to think about. They are lame. You're lame. You're lame. Yo, what's up, Revan? But also your argument, Aiko, of how Final Fantasy is one of the fantasy would include Kingdom Hearts completely. So when you think of stuff that way, you're right. Weird that Fall Guys is also isn't. Wait. Because I thought you were like disagreeing, but maybe I don't know. Also, your argument, Aiko, of how Final Fantasy is one fantasy would include Kingdom Hearts completely. So when you think of stuff like this that way, you're right. Right, yeah. It's just weird because people get so pissed off about Kingdom Hearts and like, this sucks, but fine. If you don't like the factor of... Sorry, hold on. I'm swapping this. I don't even know what's playing right now. Oh, I know what this is. But yeah, like, at the end of the day, as much as the badass parts of like Cloud Strife and Sephiroth and whatever these battles are, it's true that like, sorry, the volume is like disorienting me even though I have it so like minimal on my end already. I don't know. But point being point, you can't take it too seriously because Kingdom Hearts exists in the universe. Now, if you want to argue that like that doesn't make sense in the title of Final Fantasy because like technically the fantasies keep changing, fine. I guess we could think about that a little bit, but like at the end of the day, it's all one Final Fantasy. It really is. Weird that Fall Guys also is then. It is weird, but it's true. Like, if you think of the timelines, Final Fantasy XIV, I'm pretty sure, like, takes place a little bit after the Cloud Strife stuff. So, after that hell of a journey, they're just people racing chocobos. And, you know, at the same time, you could be doing the story of, like, Final Fantasy XIV, and you could be at the most, like, devastating part of it, but at the same time that's happening, there are people chocobo racing in the same world. So... it's just how it is. That's my favorite part of it, though. It's the weird canon of it, is, like... Sora fights Sephiroth several times. That's already weird enough. And it's canon. It's like a canon thing that happens. You also get like the craziest Keyblade in the entire game if you beat him. In Kingdom Hearts 2. What are we? Some kind of Final Fantasy? Kingdom Hearts is the second craziest fanfic of all time behind the Divine Comedy. Exactly. At this point, I'm convinced that every Square Enix game is in the same universe. What is it? Octopath Traveler or whatever? I bet you that's also somehow a part of the Final Fantasy universe. It's Octopath Traveler, right? Yeah. Damn, these games are still $50. Dragon Quest. The Adventures of Elliot. Life is Strange. Yeah, that's right, guys. Bravely Default, Life is Strange. These are all actually a part of... These are all a part of the Final Fantasy universe. Yep. Dragon Quest. Visions of Mana. Live Alive. Paranormasight. Forspoken. Romancing Saga Minstrel Song. Tactics Ogre. Is that 2B? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Valkyrie Elysium. Harvestella. These are all in the same universe. That would be a little crazy. I don't think they all are, but... Much like how Gundam all leads to Turn A, and in Final Fantasy all roads lead to deep ocean fishing off the coast of Limsa. No, it's actually the Ruby Road now, or whatever, the Ruby Path. The Ruby Sea, that's what it was. That's crazy. That boss fight between Sephiroth and the teenage girl from Life is Strange was crazy, though. Dude, that was insane, seriously. I mean, she has time warping power, so... Really, who would have figured that Sephiroth would have lost that fight like that? Just crazy. And the way she started digging in his butt while she froze time, that's crazy. This is such a weird collection of music right now, man. What is happening? I didn't expect all this back to back. That was optional, Aiko. We didn't need to see you do that on stream. I'm sorry, okay? But when there are optionals, we do them for the achievements, okay? And it was an achievement. It was a secret achievement, and I felt like it was a necessity, okay? Did I think she was gonna do the Kakashi, finger thing of death? What is it called again? 4 Fingers of Death? No, I didn't think she would do it, but she did. And it was sick. And Sephiroth split in half, alright? Speaking of which, we might get into that Final Fantasy game right now. That's the wrong Final Fantasy. Let's try this one. Damn, we're already at 25% achievements, by the way. I don't know how long the game really is. Cool homage to Drakengard 3. Yeah, Yep. I could see them pulling that nonsense, too. Putting Drakengard and Nier somehow in the franchise of, like, Final Fantasy. When we last stopped our journey, we beat the evil Elf King, the Dark Elf King. And then we saved the Elf King from his eternal slumber by acquiring Matoya's glass eye. 2P is in Final Fantasy, and so is 2B. And 9S. Oh, God. So, technically, that is also canon. Whether you like it or you hate it. The problem is... To be a 9s2, yeah, they're in the final... I think it's the final set of the raid. Oh, no. After the first raid. After the first raid. I can't remember the full storyline. That was like my favorite title to get, was Witness of the Dark Apocalypse. Because you had to weekly do the raids and then continue the storyline after the fact. Yo, what's up, Door Princess? Don't sniff the completely old, used up socks. You don't even know what they were used up for. Soon Shinji will be in Final Fantasy. I'm just curious if it's because of Yoko Taro, because he's working on the new Evangelion. How does Robin Williams say it again? I always just base my pronunciation off of how he says it and no one else. I think he says Jillian. Neon Genesis Evangelion. Neon Genesis Evangelion. No. We stop there, thank you. Seriously, who will let that kid watch Neon Genesis Evangelion? What the hell? What are we, some kind of Final Fantasy? Well, there you go. Now Neon Genesis Evangelion will be canon in the Final Fantasy universe. Therefore, canon in the Kingdom Hearts universe. My parents let me watch Robot Chicken. My parents didn't know I watched Robot Chicken. My parents banned me from watching Pokemon, but I was allowed to watch, like, Inuyasha. Death Note. I played GTA. To be fair, they didn't want me to play GTA initially because of the loading screens, and then my friend vouched that it wasn't as bad as it looked. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have acquired the thing. We have to go revisit, like, all of the places with the chests. Thundara! Kill. Good job. I played GTA, but it didn't want me playing the fourth game in a series of games I played because there were strippers in the trailer. I mean, the loading screen for... Was it 4? I mean, all of the loading screens, but specifically 4 was the one that they also didn't want me to play. But my friend vouched and was like, no, this is fine. Trust. The Thing! Imagine the kid asking about the hospital scene. Good to see you, Johan. Pretty sure Inuyasha is a lot more say-so. I mean, it is, yeah. Inuyasha didn't have any... I mean, it had some scenes where it's like, what the hell? They had a couple of scenes in the hot springs, which they visited quite frequently, I feel like. Hey, happy late birthday, unless your birthday is today. Happy birthday day. Yeah, I got the key, the mystic key. Yesterday. Hell yeah. Congratulations. How do you feel? I actually don't even know how I convinced my mom not to not care about the strippers. My friend just vouched and was like, that's like a part of the game that he doesn't even have to do, and I'm like, okay. Hell yeah. Oh, what the hell? Okay. God damn. They're doing damage now. Great parking spot. I'm trying to remember where the hell I was trying to actually going to go. What if we just feared them? I kind of want to see how that works. Okay. I don't know what that really did. They might run away now. It missed on one guy. I think I somehow explained they were essentially just dressing for that one tiny area of the maps in the game. Damn. My parents cared more about me playing Pokemon than anything else, to be honest. Music for others and played a bunch of Death Stranding. Oh, hell yeah. I should play Death Stranding. I feel like a lot of people tell me it's something I would enjoy. I probably wouldn't stream it because literally everybody has told me not to stream it. Dude, I'm so sick of these Sahagins. Wait, what? I thought it updated. God damn it. I'm gonna change it just in case. Even though you did that, that's true, that's a good play, but... Hold on, did it pick the right Final Fantasy? No, it didn't. There we go. We're probably gonna... We're gonna rest. Fear them again. Use Thundara again. They're all just gonna die. Did the rest miss? Okay, damn. Yo, Winter Blue. Hey, what's going on here, you? Yeah, I'm finally playing the actual original games. Crazy, right? Wait. Who would want the Mithril Sword? That's freaking Pog. Do you want the Mithril Sword? Sure you do. What about you? Do you want the... No? Why are you holding a Narp Narp? This is Schnooper. My son. We're experiencing the game together. Have you played all the Final Fantasies, Winter? You gave birth? Well, it's a little weird how aliens work. It's very, asexual reproduction. I was gonna say, do I not have any potions? I mean, I think we're good for now. This is the starting place, so we don't have to worry about it too much. Excuse me! Thank you. I'm journeying. Okay, we gotta go all the way to the north, get into the cave. I think everything here will literally die in one shot. Stupid horse. Stupid horse, I just woke up in a Porsche. Okay, I think this is the first place, right? Oh, I have to like alt enter the video game. There we go. Yeah, that's the only one that I don't particularly want to play, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really want to play anything with Cloud Strife in it. But I think I'm gonna do it anyway. And I just acquired 16 by the kindness of Cairo. So that will certainly be a game that we'll play. But I plan on playing all the classics first. Dude, I don't know. Cloud Strife just pisses me off. Like, he ruins my vibes. They say the funny line in it. This is my Final Fantasy. 2. I have to play 16 because Yoshi P directed that one. And by all accounts, all the Yoshi P Final Fantasies are just the best. Okay, what the freak? Nine is Vivi Fantasy? Wow! I love Vivi. And I love Soken. I can't believe I saw them in person. I really can't believe that. What a blessed time to be alive. Good job, White Mage. I mean, low-key, the White Mage looks the coolest in this game, and also they carry. And I'm an avid White Mage hater. I like 16 gameplay, but I did feel like Yoshi P hasn't really experienced modern JRPGs. That's probably true, yeah. I'm still excited just because it's Yoshar P-Man. Thundara! Wipe it! Clean slate! Oh, we don't have to heal. They just all die. I love Black Mage so much. Dude. I could cry. I love White Mage and everything non-14. Yeah, I'm at that point as well, I think. It's just White Mage reminds me of this one White Mage when I was PFing Barbarissia EX. And the White Mage was just like, you guys should really read up on Mario Kart strats. We were a Prague party and they joined thinking we're a Claire party. I'm sorry that you're... Wait, what the hell? What is Werebuster? What the hell is that? A sword that is effective against beasts. Wow. That's freaking crazy. That's freaking crazy, but it's not even that good in comparison. I mean, I guess against beasts, but... So can become my absolute favorite composers of all time. I mean, Soken absolutely. And, you know, in all honesty, it wasn't that intense of, like, appreciation for Soken initially, aside from, like, this is good music. But when I learned that he made that entire OST for Endwalker while battling cancer, so he was working on it in the hospital. That, like, activated something in me. And I was like, this guy is actually just goated with the sauce. That's insane. During that announcement, bro. And Shadowbringers, yeah. I'm planning out a tattoo right now for my favorite song composed. It's actually not the most crazy song as far as, you know, the franchise goes, Final Fantasy in general. But I don't know. I played Shadowbringers during a very interesting time of life, and that song was just immensely impactful. So I'm trying to see if I can get Eorzean text, essentially. And then the tattoo would be the name of the song, but in Eorzean text. Okay, so I guess that counted as opening them. We should revisit the Poison Cave, I think. FF3, the vibes at least. I will always say that Shadowbringers was probably the best expansion in Final Fantasy, and then... I mean, Endwalker was... Endwalker. It was the end. So, by all accounts, it's also spectacular, but... Shadowbringers just... I played at a very specific time. So it was substantially more impactful to me. But like, even beyond the story, I just think the locales of Shadowbringers were all my, like, I preferred them. Endwalker has Old Charlian, and you know, I used to sleep to the night theme of Old Charlian. Bubble bubble, froth and foam. Why doesn't she like me anymore? Excuse me. It's so expensive to travel to Old Charlian though. Well, it's my recall teleport. Chewy, yo, happy birthday, man! I feel like every expansion after Shadowbringers has tried to hit the same story beats toward the... Yeah, that's true. I'm betting the streamer. Wait. What the lizard? That was our first time fighting the lizard. Yo, bestiary update? Oh my goodness. How do I check it? Literally, where is my bestiary, please? Like, Widowy, what the fwick? Are you gonna fill out the bestiary? If I could, I will. Absolutely. I mean, it might not be on stream, admittedly. If it takes forever, then it probably won't happen on stream, but yes. I'm a completionist to, like, cringe levels. Do you know about the pseudo boss, the pseudo super boss of this game? No, but that sounds awesome that there is one. Excuse me. Excuse me. Where are the Mikotes? I'm pissed. They have elves but no Mikotes. Where's Pankex? I don't remember where it is I was meant to go. Besides the marsh. Like the swamp caves, I guess. Blizzara. I'm like Shinryu in FF5, but this game has an extremely rare encounter in the second last dungeon that has power on par with the final boss. Gotta grind it out, okay. Dude, what is this? Stop it. Thundara. Goddamn groups. Crazy horse, I just throw a head Dude, the one Goblin Guard. He's so brave. Dude, get one shot by the White Mage. You must feel so shitty about that. I just see the Sahagin and I get so mad. That tribe was... It just was. It really just was. Hold on, you guys are talking about Vivi. And I'm pretty sure I know who that is. I just want to make sure. Okay, it is. It is. Yeah. It is. Because Vivi's in Kingdom Hearts as well. Vivi was the first like character I was actually interested in, like in Kingdom Hearts, and then it's like, god damn it, that's a Final Fantasy character. God damn it. Black Mage, man, so based. Just so based. They're just the best. You know, like... They really are. I low-key wish you can make, like, a proper classic Black Mage fit in 14. Like, more proper than, like, a scuffed robe that's blue and... You can get close, but not close enough. I have one. It's just it looks dumb. God damn it, man. Sometimes I'm tempted to just turn off encounters during this. During the exploration bit. It's just, I'm just trying to get places, man. I have places to be. Can I go into there? What the hell? Kill that. Kill that thing immediately. The sharks won't die, I don't think. Never mind. Okay, yeah, I can't go in there. No! Blizzara! I mean, armor that resembles the warrior from Final Fantasy 1 on the online store. That is true. They can do it for other classes they wanted to. They freaking should. I do have like my interpretation of like a Matoya outfit, but like more 14-esque. It's just, you know, something that's kind of annoying is that Black Mage doesn't have these really cool tree-looking stabs. White Mage does, and you still can't use those. I don't think you can glam over them. And I'm like, man, if I could just use that, I would have the perfect fit. What if you had places to be, but God said, check these 1 and 9 random dickheads, bozo. Back to back. Every couple steps. God damn it. Who's the DM of this place? I mean, I do like a lot of the white mage, or sorry, black mage stabs, but if I wanted like a classic wood looking one, you know, they don't have many. They're very like Nimbus 2000-esque. Can you stop attacking the thief? Yeah, I could buy Y'shtola's staff on the store, which I did consider it. But I don't want Y'shtola's staff. I want a staff that's wooden, but like branch-like. It's just not winnable. Blizzard. I wonder if we'll wipe on the way down. I just want to open those, like, specific things. Yeah, exactly. Except Kryle's hood. I mean, admittedly, I'm not a huge Lalafell fan. They don't have the greatest reputation on the Crystal servers, for obvious reasons when you're in a roleplay server, but... Okay. Now, were there closed caves on the upper section? I'm a Lala on the Crystal servers. That's bannable. Yeah, that is bannable. That is bannable. Oh! Okay, everyone defend you. Dia! You. Defend. He's blind! Holy smokes! It looks like they have sunglasses. Now, is you just stuck with that? No, okay. Okay. I don't remember which of these were locked and which weren't, so we're just gonna visit all of them, and hopefully this combat isn't too bad. If we can just avoid getting poisoned, you know, we should be fine. Yeah, of course. Yeah, just, of course. And it had to be the thief. God damn it. No! Okay, so you guys kill this guy, you use this, and then you defend. Dorime! Thundara. Dude, does White Mage just have resist to poison? Okay, what the hell? I didn't think you guys would just wipe them off the map. What the hell? Normally they're like super melee countery, but I guess not this time. I was poisoned so many times. You were not. You got poisoned like... Yeah, you got poisoned twice, but everyone else here gets poisoned like instantly. White Mage just gets whacked. It's that cloak's gotta have some like crazy spell on it. Ambushed! Oh, jeez. Is there a reason they're focusing my goddamn thief? This is... Can you focus the healer? Like, at least be smart about your attacks. The healer's gonna wipe you guys off the Oh, there we go. That's what you get. Should have attacked the healer. My god, I'm glad everyone here has a role. I have reason to believe they're all just gonna die. So. Okay, I guess not. Huge miss. I can't really tell how much HP these guys have. Well, probably less than 64. Should I AoE heal? No, I mean, aside from... Here, you can... Cure! Thanks, Sora! Off. Okay. Resume your travels. Huff, 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 huff. Dang it! Some parts of these, like, I see these walls in the background that look like they have light. I'm tempted to, like, try to go through them and see if that's an actual accessible spot. destroy the wolf among us. Who got poisoned? And why? Okay, so we know it's all the way at the bottom, all the ones that we're looking for. Preemptive strike. Just kill them. At least, you know, we're strong enough at this point where it's not too concerning to... Oh wait, this is not the room yet. Preemptive strike. We love getting those. I'm so sorry. No one else is getting screen time but the white mage. I've, like, grown a bias to the white mage. They just look the coolest. Oh my freaking goodness. They still do so much damage. Well, we'll do some swap roonies here and... It's like, why did they all have to be poisoned, though? God damn it. Good thing we have some antidotes this time around. No! Preemptive strike. So they're all freaking dead. Watch this. Dia! Honestly, you love to see it. The squad has come a long way from how bad it was. Alright. Dude, tank, can you put stance on? Like, what's going on here? God damn it, this warrior. Provoke? Warrior. Alright. You do a mass heal. You, let's just Thundara. Come on, myself, use stance. Come on. Do some voking. White mage had a whole 28 health at the start. The thing is, the white mage never really died unless it was a full wipe. It was always the black mage just dying. Like, I think the people who have died the most in this party are the black mage and the thief at this point. Bruh. I brought some ethers this time, so we should at least have that going for us. Who the hell are you? Oh God, no. I didn't save. Fear them. Blizzard. Okay, I guess they can't be feared. Okay. Monsters! Is it them again? Anaconda! Oh. Oh, hell no. My anaconda don't want none unless you... Kira. Damn! A silver amulet. Wow! Oh, is that just to sell? Oh, silver armlet. Wait, why you don't equipping? You don't want? You want copper? Oh no, you can. Well, that's a substantial difference. Hell yeah. We gotta equip the Black Mage a little bit. Like they're still low on the HP compared to everyone else. My god, they hate the thief. They hate the thief. It's crazy. Okay, well. Okay, all of them gonna have months. I hate these guys. Not the ambush. That's fine. Yeah, you just keep attacking. Okay. 72. Oh, he's dead. Silence doesn't do anything though. Are these undead? Not that it matters. I don't have Dia, but they just look like plants. How's our HP looking? I mean, it looks fine. I'm gonna try to silence again. I don't know if they can be silenced. Oh my god, 47. Stop damaging my... Okay, they can't be silenced. Oh my god, they're not dead. No way. It's still not dead. Okay, you need to heal, and you just need to defend. 90 damage! Oh my god, they are Mind Flayers. I couldn't really figure out what they were. I see it now. Do I have a Phoenix down? Antidote! I fought for an antidote? I don't even have a Phoenix down. Oh, jeez. Alright. Listen. Let's get you some ethers. Let's heal up the squad a little bit here because we still have one more fight probably. And let's also quick save. Bruh. Thundar. I'm waiting for someone to get poisoned. Nice. Very freaking nice. Huh? $90 damage there sparked a memory in my head of Poke. 91. I feel like it sounds so familiar, but I'm not sure. God damn, I haven't watched Poke in a minute. I mean, when he last played Voices of the Void, I guess. Or something like that. Monsters! Oh my god. Oh my god. So they can't be silenced. Can they be feared? Let's see. I'm scared. I mean, yeah, keep attacking the tank. I'm all for... Yeah, yeah. No! Not my healer. Wrong. What's up, baby beans? Okay, so I can't do shit to them, is what I have concluded. Oh, I do remember the bog. Dude, a 75 hit is insane. No, stop. I hate them. What do I get? What do I get? 1020 gil! Wow! Collected treasure from 10% of the chests. 10%, huh? Great. Just freaking great. Okay, I'm pretty sure we've explored all the other rooms, so... Let's get the hell out of here. Nice. Nice. Obtained 50,000 gil achievement. All in a day's work, really. Nice crit. This poor thief is gonna be behind on the XP again. I can't remember how to leave. We're cooked. I don't have another AoE. Everyone has to do damage. Bro tried to flee, what the hell? What a noob. Crit, come on. There we go. I was like, man, they don't have a lot of health. They don't care about melee attacks. Okay, this sucks. Can you fear the scorpions? That would be kind of funny. It'd be funny if they only attacked the tank. That'd be so funny, actually, if they did that. Okay, well, you feared one of them at the very least. That's good. Ha! Loser! I'm pretty sure there was another, like, area. Oh, we don't have... This one could be rough. 275. Okay. I see you. Can you fear them? Does that work? Yes, you can. That's excellent. Oh my god, 281. We didn't have to fear them. Don't fear the Reapers. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We don't even have fear anymore. Well, get rid of these guys, because if we get stunned, it's over. That's not very good news. Okay, this is what I mean. The white mage has to have some sort of, like, immunity. Because they're just not getting stunned. And watch, he's gonna be stunned. Immediately! Hey man, why are you debunking that guy, huh? Dude, this guy's just hitting 202s. Like, that wasn't even a crit. That dude had a hammer. You right, you right. It's hammer time. Stop! Hammer time. Werewolf. Bonk. Werewolf. I don't know. And why he's green? God damn it. You just had to get poisoned, huh? Like, what's the goddamn deal around here with these poisons? Oh, of course. Of freaking course, dude. Can you just beat the worm? That's all. Just kill the crawler before anything else. Thank you. Oh my god, it kind of does. I see that. Wait, why did I defend with the... Okay. Works out. Okay, so we've opened those. We didn't really get that much. I feel like I'm still missing an area that we haven't visited because... Obviously, we're meant to get something from the chests. There's no, like... Oh my, I never made, like, a proper save. I'm just thinking of what I want to do next. We gotta res our homeboy, so we're gonna go back and do that. Also, what's up, Carlos? Good to see you, man. Kill. This warrior's just carrying, man. It's crazy. I mean, listen, the black mage does one AoE and it's pogged out the wazoo, so it's all good. It's just right now we're out of mana, so everything's suffering. Yeah, I remember the Chaos Shrine, so that's the one I have to go to next. We're just gonna visit the inn. Take a little chill pill. Whitemage has certainly seen better days. Okay. Hello, Elfheim. I must go and visit the church. Oh, please, Mr. Priestman. Resurrect Maplewolf. Thank you. Good morning. Okay. Here lies Link, hero of time. Now, I gotta remember where the hell the shrine was. Is it the thing to the north? I think it's the one all the way to the north, because everything else, we got Matoya's thing, we've got... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's over this way. Or is Matoya the one to the north? I guess we'll find out. Dude, freak away from me now! You're really freaking me. Wait, there's an actual, like, map thing that shows you? Is this something I have to buy? Okay, wait, don't tell me anything else anymore. Don't tell me. I need to find that map, though. Is that like an... You can tell me about that one, since you already did, but... I probably wouldn't have guessed that unless I went to a... Oh, it's just a button. Oh. I thought it was like... If it's an item or something in the game, then... Well, how the hell do I do that? Because I have the map, but it doesn't... No, that's encounters off. Is it a different button? Oh, that opens my Steam. What does capture do in this case? Nope. Let me look at the config. Surely it shows, right? Wait, what? Oh, hello. Excellent! Western Keep. So the Chaos Shrine is all the way up here. Alright, so we gotta go back to our boat. We gotta go back to our boat. It's been out and about. Man, like, dude, what's with these dogs, man? Hey, mind your own business, alright? Kill these guys. Yeah, probably doesn't feel that good now, does it? Get zip-zapped, buddy. Bruh. Bruh. These pesky dogs. I was taking for granted, but the title Hero of Time goes hard. It does. It really does. I mean, Link has some, like, badass titles. Okay, well, kill the eyeball, because that thing scares the shit out of me, and then do this, and then you defend, and then you Blizzara. I agree, Hero of Twilight's the best. But I have a bias because Twilight Princess was just my favorite. That entire game was so fantastic. Hero of Trades. Okay, fair. No, I'm literally at the docks, mate. What is this, Baldur's Gate 3? That's a lot of damage. The Twilight Princess and Majora's Mask have to be my favorites. Bonjour, I'm here to just quickly rest up. How much gil do we have? Oh, 22,000? Yeah, that's an amount. That's a lot more than I thought we had. I was like, oh, we probably got like 9k. Minish Cap is also really good. I played Minish Cap during the final, like, my final year in high school for the first time, and it was on, like, my phone because we had nothing else to do. Okay, just had to make sure I'm going the right way. Sounds more like someone going, it was definitely a game of all time. I played so many games on that final, that final, like, 2 months. Hello, Chaos Shrine. Hey, what the freak, man? Now I'm pissed. Now I'm using Thundara. Eterna! Distorted. A preemptive strike. Eterna into what? This guy hasn't played Magicka. Oh my goodness. Wait. Was I not here already? Wait, I definitely did enter here, actually. Because this is where we got the Wolf's Bane sword. I just forgot we were here. Yeah, we were here. I couldn't remember where we have and haven't been. We're gonna explore anyway, because I feel like I'm missing something. Goblin God. It's barely a dungeon, to be honest. Yeah, this is just a thing. This is first. Oh no, I mean I remember what it was. It's just I visited it earlier in the stream today, trying to open all the chests. Now I just don't remember where I have revisited. Did I open the one down here? I think this one was locked. I think we did open this one as well. I need more coffee. I'm gonna go reheat it. Coffee sounds so good right now. It really does. I mean, I had 1 cup. Hello, are you open? Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. AFW, FDF, QDF. Okay, you know your Magica. That's good. That's good. This guy knows Magica. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it did or not. Also, did I even go down here? I don't know if I opened this one. Maybe we just missed this one. Aha! A rune blade. Whoa, rune? Holy smokes! Let's do some comparisons here. Would the rune blade be... Mithril's not better than rune. What the hell? Never played it though. Watched the chaos of EO, Opti, Riley, and Sammy playing it. Ah, I see. I played it with some friends a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Man, that was before, like, the Keister Rolls days. So you know it's old. He thinks you're better than Mithril. No, not that guy. Not that guy. That's Iceland. Ugh. Imagine being Icelandic. That's coming from a future Norwegian. That's me. They got ice. You know, that's the weird thing. Do they have ice? I feel like Iceland... What the freak? Why did I do that? I was supposed to do Thundara. I feel like Iceland and Greenland just need to, like, swap places. They have ice and a lot of volcanic rock. But isn't the meme that, like, Greenland is way more icy and stuff? Iceland has, like, actual grassy terrain, but if you go to Greenland, it's like... the land of snow and ice. This is Matoya's cave. Literally Matoya's cave, dude. I can't, dude. Oh my god. Preemptive strike, this poor guy. He didn't know what's coming. Norway! I'm just kidding, I'm not a future Norwegian, but... if I picked one, it would probably be Norway, yeah. No offense to my Swedes and Denmarkians and... you know, all that. I mean, at least it's the better choice of, like... that dude ran away. Like, you know... I think it's better to choose Norway as opposed to Sweden. Because then someone from Denmark would be offended. But if I chose Finland, you know, that might be offensive. I feel like there's not that much rivalry against Norway, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, Sweden hates Denmark, Denmark hates Sweden. They all equally hate Iceland. I never hear anyone being like, oh, Norwegians. Good morning. Hey, what's behind here? Hi. My sister's back, and it's all thanks to you. I could just kiss you. Oh, thank you. Wow. Very up in front or over here. Jeez. That's what happens when you're a hero. A warrior of light, even. Hello. Are you the warriors of light? The ones from Lucan's prophecy? No. Hi. I don't know how I could ever thank you for rescuing Sarah. You don't really have to, I don't care. I'm just a warrior of light. Hello! Oh. We live in? You definitely did not live a couple of times, unfortunately. But, you know, that's okay. And for why you are a warrior of light? Well, because we are making shining the bright. You have to shine the light and make it shine and shine and shine. I'm going around this way. Hey, who's that guy? Is that the wise old man? Hey, you want to look into my bank? The time has come to use the keys to open the doors. The equipment within is sure to help you. Okay, thank you. Slashme opens the door. Cottage. Saber. Mithril knife? Ooh. Hey, do you want a mithril knife? Okay, yeah. Let's do... You take mithril knife. Now, the saber is probably mid, yeah. Iron armor. Oh my goodness. Frick. Oh, we already have iron armor. Do you want iron armor? No, you could wear copper armlet though, which is better for evasion. That's nice. Tent. Oh! Nitro powder. What the freak? When am I blown up? Okay. Yeah, this should help you with your evasion at the very least, which is nice. Here, listen to this music, and I'm gonna play ads because they're going to start anyway, and I'm gonna go reheat some coffee. Coffee, Cheeto, chicken. Be right back. Greetings! I have brewed the most powerful of coffees. Thank you for the raid. Hey, Peanut, hello! Hollow Knight Silksong, holy freaking moly, how are you enjoying that? Hi. Thank you for the raid. I was brewing some coffee. Crazy. Leafyons, thank you for the 80-month resubscription. How is everybody doing, eh? How we doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, what the freak? Chillin', hell yeah. That sounds fun. We're just playing Final Fantasy Uno. It's very fun, very good. Coffees, yeah. Yes, it's my speed potion and my shitting potion. I already know what's gonna do to me later. Your coffee is too strong for you, adventurer. How far along are you in Silksong? The shitsing potion, yes! The speed shits. Tincture. The elixir, lost lace. You know, I don't know why I asked that as if I would know exactly what you meant. But, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just working on the Final Fantasy games 1 through 6. And then we'll play 16. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But welcome, welcome. I was just brewing my coffee of power. Okay, anyways. I have just acquired some nitro freaking powder. Which is a powder of great explosive power. I'm gonna blow a hole into something. I'm going to assume it's over there by the gigantic mountain range. Oh god damn it. Oh god. Why? And why this? I don't know. Thundara. Yeah, you're cooked. Yeah, it's just not even good. But who cares when you have a black mage on the team that just absolutely disintegrates everything? Sahagin. I like that this game doesn't have a hand-holding. If you guys like games like that and you don't mind turn-based combat, you acquire items that will help you progress, but you have no idea what that means. Like, I got this nitro powder, and I don't know where I'm going, but I'm just making assumptions towards, like, directions that I've yet to explore. Hello, Provoker. How are we today? I need a new, like, city and, like, new places for the new spells. Please. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. My people, you're currently crit hitting your people. For anyone new here, while we're doing these playthroughs, we're actually giving chat the opportunity to become some of these characters. That was almost a 300 in damage. That's crazy. But, you know, it's only once per playthrough, so essentially 4 people have acquired character names for this playthrough. In Final Fantasy II, we will do the same thing. My crits know no difference between foe and friend, Aiko. That's really sad, man. Tarantula. Ooh, new terrain. Look at this freaking place. Huh. I'm trying to figure out where the hell I'm going, man. Free XP, at least. Wait, this black mage is goated now. We just gave him a knife and they don't have to cast spells. For now. For now. Obviously only for now, but... What the freak? I don't know what I meant to, like, blow up here. Ambushed! Oh, God. Chat, my eye is twitching. Thoughts? Don't do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Frick. That was not my intention. This might slow down the combat sequence. Oh my. It does, in fact, slow down the combat sequence, but that's okay. No, normally nerve not thought. What? Did you having stroke or no? Chat, please share your opinions on sodium chloride in the chat. Not the scorpions, bruh. Not the freaking scorpions, man. Thundara. Wow, that guy died. And he died to death. Just before I was able to heal, too. Dude, these scorpions are no joke. They're just wiping my team. Specifically the thief. I mean, I have to figure out how the freak to, Oh, I'm just scanning to look at something. And I'll re-enable encounters. Okay, so... I'm just trying to figure out where the hell to go right now. We got the nitro powder. Obviously, we're blowing a hole in something. But what? I don't know! Bum ba bum ba bum ba bum 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 ba bum. Tastes salty. What is it? I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. What is it? What are your thoughts on sodium chloride? Scares me. I think I need to rewatch Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Good evening. No. I'm Look at all the potential spells. Blizzard. Dark. Let's get dark. Because sometimes we don't, I mean, we do want to one-shot stuff, but sometimes we want, you know, everyone else to have a turn. Blind could be very useful in certain circumstances, especially if I run out of, like, big hitting spells. Hello, greetings. I'm going to need 7 of these. And I'm going to need 2 of these. 5 of these. Also, would you like to purchase from me some leather armor, and maybe some iron armor, and maybe some daggers, and a saber of 2, and we're gonna keep the Werebuster. That could be useful in somewhere, I'm sure. Life of Brian is still the best. I disagree! You know not what you're speaking of! Wait, could this place have better armor? Let's go look. Moby Dick. Dick! Dick! Onward. But I can just hear the footsteps, the little, like, Mr. Krabs. Okay, so maybe the thing is, it's pretty obvious that I'm trying to find a way into the rest of the sea. Greetings! Welcome, Earthlings! Thank you for the raid! We are playing Final Fantasy Uno. Welcome in, Rose Duelist. Oh, you're playing Baldur's Gate! Whoa. Welcome in! I thought you were just playing the nurse game thing, but you played some Baldur's Gate. Nice. Excellent. I'm glad you know that Mr. Oh my freaking goodness. I forgot to res the thief. We never went into the morgue in Act 2. Did we not? I'm gonna be honest with you. I tried as well as I can to not just... you know, backseat during our runs. I know what you're talking about, the area. I'm just, I don't know if we did or didn't. I don't remember. No boss. I think we did, Juvie. I think we did do it. I'm remembering that I did the morgue with 2 people. One was Ty, and then the only other person I played the game with was you, so... We found a morgue we didn't know what to do. Did you end up... I mean, you found the pit. Oh, you didn't go down? You should find a way down to there. We didn't find a way over for all of us. Oh, I'm not gonna tell you how to do it, but I believe in you. I believe you can do it. I mean, unless you want to know, but... That is exactly what we did, Rose Duelist. That would be correct. Wait, why am I back here? I don't want to go back here. Excellent perception, Madam Duelist. Oh my goodness. Look at these guys. Thundara. So long, Rose Duelist. So long. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. I'm so tempted to just disable the combat until I get to the next area. The frequency is insane, but also the XP is great. So on one hand, it's like, god damn it, I'm just going back and forth and getting stuck in combat. But on the other hand, it's great XP. And we have so much gil that it doesn't entirely matter. I could just go replenish stuff at an inn at any moment. I mean, dude, where would I take the nitro powder? Maybe I have to go back somewhere. Holy DiMaggio, man. Did any of the NPCs say anything to me about this? I'm trying to think if any NPC told me like where I'm supposed to be going. We got the eye from Matoya. We helped the prince. The prince gave us the key. The key gave us the nitro powder and a bunch of other free loot. Oh my god, you do more damage with your melee than you do with fire. I mean, this side of the world has nothing, so we're just gonna go this way. We've discovered nothing here. Oh god, ambush. Destroy the chief. You. AoE heal. You. Blizzard. No. Blizzara. No. Thundara. Wow, I actually didn't kill him. Okay, I really don't like these worms. The crawlers are goddamn scary, man. They're literally so scary. Don't let any of them do a preemptive attack. I don't want to be stunned for life. Kill him! Nice. Huh. I mean, this was kind of my idea, was to go this way. We've been Schmeckeldorfed. Now what do we do? Blizzara! What the freak? What was that damage? Oh! What is this? Mount Dwagar? What the? Okay, hold on. I don't think it's a, you know what? Let's go explore. And then also, let me quick save. I don't think they're gonna attack, but you know, we can't be too safe and sorry. Hi. Laliho! Wow! Bonjour. If only I could have had some legendary metal adamantite. I'd be able to craft such a magical sword. Okay, so you want adamantite. Okay, I think the nitro powder will be used to like blow something up over here. Maybe someone's like stuck. Greetings! Nitro powder. The explosive force in this powder will have my canal open in no time flat. I owe you, Bairns. Oh, there you go. Are you sure that's a good idea inside of a cave? There we go. No, we can blast this rock to smithereens. What are you standing around for? That powder's set to blow. Unless you're planning on going with it. You'd best get out while you still... Wait, what? Wait, the entire cavern? Okay, no, it's all good. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Okay. Oh god, earthquake. Holy smokes, Pangea. Well, that has in fact opened our next path. As you can see, we can go boat mode from here. This bitch don't know about Pangea. I cannot wait to see what lies out there beyond that canal. This bro he just nuked it. Whoa. Worm killer. Ether. Potion. Mithril mail. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, less evasion but more defense. So Mithril should probably go to... No, it's the same shit. Oh, he can't even wear it. Lol. So it's really up to the tank in this sitch, but we would rather have more defense and evasion on him, so we're just gonna do that. There's an optimal button, but I'm building on my own freaking terms. A great helm. Excellent. Would you like the helm? You can't wear it? Okay. Alright, we need to find like adamantite or something for this guy. Hi, do you mind that I just stole all that gil? Wait, if we went here before, we would have found that out. That's funny. Oh my god, they have all the information for like all the progression over here. We just never entered this place. Can I just get, like, a good helm? I don't need great. Listen, you have a leather cap, okay? Let's do a... No, no, AoE heal, just Cura! Oh, holy moly. Blizzard is overkill here. Onward! To victory! Alright. We've acquired a canal. Dude, what the hell? Blizzara. Now. That's a lot of damage, considering we're blocking. We're defending here. They hate the thief. I don't understand, like, their choice of... Maybe it's because the thief... No, because... I'm trying to think. I don't know. There's got to be logic behind the targeting system. We've done it. We're free. We've crossed the canal. They've captured a command post. Dude. Why are they so mean to the thief? Maybe it's just because he's like the first in the party? That might be it. Now I think about it, if we put... So, we wouldn't have the preemptive strike, which sucks ass. But I think if I put the tank in first, they'll target the tank, which is what we would want over the preemptive strike. A town! Greetings! What a mess. Hello. Restore the crystals to grace. Alright, let's look at the white mage spells here. Curaga. That's a lot of HP to everybody. Life. Revives 1 KO'd ally. Alright, so this is a requirement. Restores HP to the entire party. Interesting. Why? Let's do heal. I don't know. Healara. You know what? Take Curaga too. Frick it. Alright, let's check the Black Mage shop. Firaga deals fire damage to all enemies. Scourge instantly kills all enemies. Teleport. Transport the party to the previous floor. Okay. Holy hell. Learn all of these. Oh, I don't have no spell slots for that. Okay, that's fine. We'll have Firaga and Scourge then. Or Scourge, sorry. Alright, let's get the weapons. There goes our, like, 30k, by the way, jeez. Let's start by selling. We've got a lot of stuff over here. I'm gonna hold on to those. I don't know how useful they really will be, but... So we've got a Crozier, a Falcon... No. Unfortunately, we don't have to buy anything at the weapons store. What the hell is this? Is this a broken down, like... Oh, can't even enter there. Let's go check the armor. Knight's armor. Silver armlet. Bronze gloves, steel gloves. Okay, we need 2 of these. Let's just do some quick equipping here. Everyone getting some nice upgrades. His evasion has plummeted. We've got to get the knight's armor for sure. Any K-Days killer, K-Days armor? No. The Cavern of Earth is to the south of Melmond on a peninsula called the Devil's Tail. It used to be the closer you got to that cave, the more fertile the soil. Now it's a barren waste. Oh. The giant living in the cave eats rocks. He'll eat just about any kind of rock, but I hear he especially likes gems. He can't get enough of them. Maybe he has the adamantite we're looking for. For the dwarfs. Okay. What do you got? In the cave on the southern tip of this continent lives a man named Sada. He is wise. He is a wise man who knows much. Oh god, there's a wise old man? Stop by my father's shop, okay? I think I did. He didn't have anything good though. So we've got these crazy things now. But against these simple wolves, we'll just... Okay, it does look like they're mostly targeting the warrior now. I don't know if it's just placebo because this is our first fight with this order. I might swap it out a little bit here and maybe put that might I don't know if the ordering fully matters, but it feels like it should, so we'll see. Hyenodon. Kill them? I don't know what they do. Let's hit them with fear? You use a fire, and you use this. Okay, that's good. I don't really want to know what the hyenas do. Yo, how much damage? Decent. Decent. Not in the 200s yet, but... Oh, I see a cave. Alright, defend, defend. No, wait, wrong. You. Use that. You, defend. You, defend. Okay, I think they're... Never mind. Did it miss some? No, it didn't. They're all dead. Let's go. White mage. Let me save here because I'm scared. The Giant's Cave. Hi, are you the giant? You shall not pass. Let's find this. Man. Oh. Hell yeah. Antidote acquired. Wait, what? Oh, it's probably the other, like, entrance path. Wow, this sucks. Okay, let's do... another Thundara, I think. Hopefully we find another village. Or another cave. Dude. Alright. Let's not cast too many spells on our way to potentially another dungeon. I mean, that's decent. We're doing it. We're team working. Is there anything all the way to the south? No, so it's just a cave. Good morning! Cavern of Earth. I'm scared. How are we looking? Everyone's decent in HP. Okay, the thing is... I'm debating going back and purchasing the thing that, like, removes stone. The actual effect, because I don't know if it's permanent. They're gonna get Han Solo'd over here, man. We'll explore a little bit and see. Hey, hello! Cobras! If anything, I'd be worried if it wasn't made of Earth. That's what I'm saying. Okay, this is probably the correct orientation. Nice. So... hello? Oh, you guys want to fight? What the hell? Kill them. Why do I feel like they're gonna cast spells? Oh, they have HP for days. Alright, well, we'll never know if they're gonna cast spells. At least it didn't use up the spell slot. Hi, wanna fight? We'll see if it even matters, but we're gonna Thundara, or we're gonna do the same rotation. Okay, that's not a spell, but that's a lot of damage. I don't like that. At least you're attacking the tank. Or the warrior. Same difference. Cool. Okay, I mean, this place isn't too bad just yet. I'm anticipating... Oh, God! No. Please. Okay. Ogres. I love when they try to flee. I love it when they run, but they can't, and then they die. This is probably the way down. Nope, that's just a... My anaconda don't want none unless you got... Blizzara. This Blizzara is a little overkill. Dials 911. Whoa, come on, man. Come on. Oh, God. Monsters. Earth Elemental. Silence him. Don't. Okay, thank God. What'd I get? 1975 gil. I'm sure that's probably a year that was... Yep. I love it when they try to escape and get... What is this? Mummies? Oh my God. I have a feeling these guys might be dead. Oh, okay. Well, the Dia might be a little overkill here if they do take the damage. Which they do. Are you my mummy? Mommy. And for why are they trying to escape? Because I'm killing them. Hard. They put him to sleep. Wake up. You're not fully asleep forever, right? Okay, good, because I'm not prepared for half of that shit raw now. Bro, like, man. Like, dude, man, guy. Like, dude. Like, just Thundara. Like, dude. Brendan Fraser. He might be busy at, you know, the center of the earth at this current time. We could get, like, Nicolas Cage. I'm running out of spells! I'm not, but I feel like I am. I've not seen the Spider Noir show. I do think it is out. Monsters! Earth Elemental. I'm not even risking it. I'm just... Okay, fortunately my melees are fast enough to prevent these dudes from even casting. It's really good in my opinion. I really want to watch... There's some, like... Widow's... Isle or something? It's like a horror comedy. But it's only on Apple TV, and dude... Like, come on. Do tell. If you know, like, the premise of Jaws, where the mayor is trying to, essentially get tourism for the town, it's that, but basically they live on an island, and the mayor's trying to, like, get people to tour over to the island, but the island is cursed, and the mayor, like, rejects that statement, but, like, you have to watch for it to... I don't know, I need to watch it as well, obviously, but... The plot is basically that, but it's a cursed island. But the only way to keep the island schmovin' is by tourism. Is it just Earth Elementals every time? I mean, I've got to be so glad that they can't even cast anything because my melees just go in. Uh-oh. Okay, so it can't be silenced. Oh, that's damage. Noted. Antidote acquired. It looks really good, especially if you like horror and comedy. Popcorn Palace in VR chat? Probably. Not me in particular, but true. How's our HP? Here, do a... Just do a normal heal. Do a Thundara. God damn. We never even have a moment to heal. We're just wiping everything off the face of the map. Like the two things I like, same. For the most part, especially horror. We're gonna need to use some ethers here. You ever drink so much pee, it comes out your pee hole? You know, I can't say I've ever really sipped on piss. Yeah, I don't think I've really ever done that. Bro, I can't trust the government anymore. They're putting something in the water that makes you pee. It's just unbelievable. I'm never drinking anything ever again. You ever drink Bailey's? That was a 337 damage. Holy hell. You're first? Yeah, you were, yeah. Yeah, you're, 2 hours, 55 minutes, first. I've watched my friend do a shoey before. I've not done one. Lyndon did a shoey for, I think it was Gamer Subs. That was his whole advertisement for Gamer Subs. His commercial. It was like his sponsorship announcement. He just did a shoey. What's up? I've done a Shui, but Bailey's is diabolical. I've not done a Shui. I have not. You're at 337. Dude, thank you, man. That's awfully kind of you. Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land. You understand? Ocean man.
I think you should die. I think I should kill you. I've been thinking about it a lot. Yes, I do want you to die.
Holy damage,
I
Batman.
don't really care if it's painful or not.
The alcohol will sterilize it. God, I hope so. What's up, Musashi? What's up, man? Yo, thank you for the 100 stream streak, Trogdor 112233. Wow, it actually didn't die. What do I win? You win. You win something really crazy. And you won't even believe what you win because it's just that crazy. It's so crazy that I can't tell you on stream. Oh my god, trolls. Wood. Okay, we gotta replenish my boy's MP here in a bit because it's getting rough. I think it'll just die. Yeah. Tarantula. Does no one know Old Greg? I found that I'm really bad at references. Like, people make the most obvious reference for, like, maybe even my favorite shows at times, and I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, I know that one. For sure. Coral Sword? What the freak? Maybe Maple Wolf will be happy with the Coral Sword. It is one attack more. Excellent! Great. And why for why he old? I don't know. Dude, nice. 200. It's pretty clear I'm bad with references because I didn't know what the hell the E meme was when you were talking about it. Meanwhile, that was definitely something that existed for a long time. I just try to forget. You know, it just makes life easier. You know, I need brain storage capacity. I have a very hard limit. Let's do a heal. I haven't done a blizzard yet, Lamau. Final Fantasy. Yo, hello, Cap. Captain Igloos. Have we gone down this way already? I think we have, but I haven't found the way down, so... Well, that sword looks dope. Greetings, Captain Igloos. Streaking fantasy. Whoa. Is that what you fantasize about? Nope, here come the ads. We'll give it a moment, and then we'll continue. How we doing today, guys? Hopefully well. Holy moly! Bum 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 bum. Oh, the thing didn't pop up. Okay, I know what I need to do. I'm curious if I could. I'm creating a new action really quick. It's gonna be ads message. I'm gonna group it under ads. And then I'm gonna do triggers, add. Twitch. Ads. Add run. Add. How the hell... OBS Studio. Set source visibility state. From this. In the scene gaming. Ads in progress. State visible. Let me test. Excellent. Then add. Core. Delay. And then I would delay it by what? That would be 18,000, right? Or no, 180,000. Okay, then add OBS source. Set source visibility state from OBS. Gaming. Ads in progress. Visibility state hidden. Amazing. And now anytime ads start, it'll go and poof and then show up. Thank you, streamer.bot. You are goated with the sauce. Anyways, ads are over. The automation is actually goated. I like, it does everything for me. Even when I go offline, it changes. The only thing is, it sucks at changing the category. I finally saw some AI-ness in the ad I talked about before. I caught something by eye, but not by screenshot. But there was definitely a moment of warbled text. It's okay. Let me tell you. There are streamers getting ads or sponsorships for straight up like AI video games. It's crazy what time we live in. This guy's just dead. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Hold on. I'm turning off encounters just so I can look. Maybe it was a bad thing that I found out about that. Because I don't know if you were able to do that in the OG, but we've also explored this entire place, it feels like, and I haven't found the way to the next floor. Where the hell?
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday.
What? We've been everywhere. But I didn't get anything. Oh. Okay, we're gonna go back to around, like, here. Encounters on. Let's go. Except the Jet 3 holiday. Oh, snap. We just obtained 100 million, or 100,000 gil. Achievement. Oh god, there's two! We need like a replacement weapon for our white mage for sure. Okay. Well, we saw the next area, I think, on the left side. No, please. Okay, we got the preemptive strike though. Let's do a heal. You can do a Thundara, and you can attack this. I mean, unless Thundara just kill. Okay. Sleeping bag. Okay, so that's the lower level of a tent. Oh god. Actually, just attack, because I'm not sure. They tried to flee. Oh, never mind, they're weak. We're gonna check the right side first. Oh no, yeah, let's just check the right first. We'll come back for that chest, or that doorway. I am currently drinking some Tim Hortons coffee. Shout out Omega Wolf. Tim Burton coffee, yep. Straight from Nightmare Before Christmas. Tim Burton, yep. Prepare for a scare. What does it taste like? Have you ever, like, chewed on a bone before? Preferably human bone. Oh, God. Huge. Not good. If I say I've chewed on bone before, you'd call me weird. Hey, man, look. I'm gonna be so honest. I think that this channel, me in particular, I'm really not about the weird. Oh, God. All the weird antics that people, you know, talk about. If human tastes like chicken and chicken bone tastes like human bone, then yes. That's what I'm saying. Gold needle. What the hell? Here's stone. Okay, that's good to know. It's, yeah, heals Scarlet Rot. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, damn, they just stole this. They just... Elden Ring stole this, man. Like, what the hell? Wow. How much guild we got? 51k just from... Bro. I had 0. Well, that's not true. We had like 5k, but still. And we're out of the one thing I really needed, so we're gonna attack. Let's do a heal. I think that's a good play. Let's do a Thundara. I knew it! No way. Oh my god. What in the hell? Let's do a Blizzara. I think the blizzard, it should wipe them off the thing. Did Not My Own ever catch up? Not My Own is now, in all honesty, the primary carry because the AoE attacks are monumental. Like, everyone here does some decent damage. Why is someone always holding up a middle finger? Are you talking about Joe? You mean the white mage? It was always the white mage that had the weird, like, middle finger thing. I think we just fear them here. This isn't worthy of... Chibi's right. Oh, I do see it now, right here. Even more based. I mean, I think we've genuinely overleveled at this point. Because in the poison caves, we were screwed. Like, it was a tough time. And now we're, for the most part, we're wiping everything clean, relatively cleanly. I mean, some things. Yeah, let's go this way. Whoa. Okay, they don't do a lot of damage, which means they have some crazy, like... There it is. He turned into stone. Okay. We've reached the scary point. I don't have a lot of gold needles to my name. All things in this world are destined to end in death. The seal cannot be broken, and so the earth shall rot. Vladimir! You cannot alter destiny. Mere mortals cannot kill the undying. Vampire! Silence him. You! Oh no! We needed that guy. Okay, he heals per turn. Oh. Missed. Okay, and he's dead. I was so hyped for like some crazy boss match. We got the Star Ruby, which we will give to the Golem. All right. Count Shock. Oh. Okay, we have a preemptive. I think we just wipe them off the face of the earth because they're scary. I feel cheated. I'm sorry that you feel that way, Mr. Juvie. Where's my cleanse, dude? I don't think they nerfed the bosses, actually. I think the way it works... these guys can't be... My problem with the white mage in this game is they can't do much. As far as damage goes, at least. So I watched the latest Witch Hat Atelier episode. Highly recommend it. I really do. Nerf this! Shoots to its styrofoam. Relax, Diva Overwatch. What? How do I get there? Let's come to an agreement right now. Is it bad for me to use the encounters off? After we've, like, succeeded? And beat the boss? Because if you guys don't want me to use it, then I won't. A stone slab is set in the floor. An evil force seems to emanate from within. Well, I can't do anything with it, apparently. I don't mind. I'm just asking because we would be fighting our way out. Which, I know we can do it. Less XP? It's less XP, but we're over leveled, like, out the wazoo for this place. It makes it nice for you. I mean, I don't entirely care. I could do either or. It's faster for progression, so if we want that. We're over leveled out the wazoo. What is it, Trogdor 112233? Yeah, so the idea was to play the gnome game tomorrow, but I asked and like 2 people responded. I could have tagged people in Community Wednesdays, but I don't have the game yet. So I think we're gonna do repo tomorrow. And then we'll have a week to discuss whether or not we should try out the gnome game. Maybe by the time the week passes, it might have a mod for more players to play. At this current time, I feel like I didn't get enough people interested, so let's commit to repo. Let's commit to repo tomorrow. The grain rot? No, the Berglin gnomes. Everyone seems... I mean, people sent it to me, but not enough people got it. And when I asked yesterday, like 2 people replied. Holy damage. Any reason you didn't want to try gambling with your friends? No, there's no reason. Typically for me... Oh, hello. I don't choose the games just like... How should I say this? If someone sends me the game, I will consider it. If more people send me the game after the fact, I'll consider it more, and then I'll actually ask if people are interested in playing it. And for me, and you know, like, I understand it's like, oh, so it's not enough if we have these people. I get it, but you need to understand, and this is everybody, because I know some people get pissed off when I'm like, no, we're not gonna play this because it only suits a certain number of people. If I lost my train of thought, hold on. Essentially, if people want to play Burgling Gnomes, you need to understand it's only 6 people that can play. Our Community Wednesdays have more than 6 people on average. Typically, always. Even just, like, even the slower days or weeks, we still have, like, 10 people. And I'm not trying to, like, push anyone out to not be able to play. I'm also not here to be like, oh, first come, first serve. That's fair, you know, it is a fair thing to be like first come, first serve. But I still feel bad that some people aren't able to play. So usually when there's a game that people are interested in, I try to make sure that there's at least a mod that, you know, adds more player capabilities. As much as I'm down to play the gnome game, I want everyone to have equal potential to play. So Burgling Gnomes is 6 players only. Technically, it's 5 players because I have to be there. Right? So, you see where the problem lies. Your twins are in the store? Wait, what? Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Okay, so the Rune Blade is no longer that great. Oh wait, a sword that is effective against spellcasters. Okay. 5 since you'll be taking... Yeah, so, like... I hope it makes sense. I hope you guys get where my problem with the Community Wednesday stuff... Where the line is. It's like... I would love nothing more to try these games out. But I don't want anyone to have to sit out unless they don't mind, then that's cool, but... Repo, our limit is 20 people. Lethal Company is 25. Peak we haven't played in a little bit, but that's also like 20 people. Okay. So we gotta go back to the dude guy, the golem. It always sucks running a group anything after the honeymoon period. It does, and I also always feel bad when like new people want to join, and they join in on like the most insanely modded experience of their entire life, so they never actually get to experience the base game. That's why I try to keep it as vanilla with the mods as possible, but when you have 18 billion players, and you just steamroll like the entire thing, I need to find a way to even it out. I know, like, some people are like, but I like it when we're so OP and we get to level 500. And I'm like, that's cool, but it gets so boring when we're only succeeding. You have Star Ruby? Give me Star Ruby and I let you pass. You'll pull your hair out trying to appeal to everybody. Nothing tastier than rubies. I agree, and what I should do... What's up, Patrick Snape? What I should...
Ocean man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Ocean man, the voyage...
It's down this way anyway. What I should do, logically, is just play it the way I want. Because that'll extend the cycle of me actually hosting it. Because when I try to appeal to others, they start pulling up these like, oh, but the game is too freaking hard. Oh, great axe. Gil, Mithril Helm. Now, do you already have a Mithril Helm? You don't. Ooh, that's beta. Yoink. Oh, great axe is not better for you. That's cringe. What about you? Nope. What about you? Nope. If you could tie a daily gift to a Soundler, so you'll pull an Ocean Man or a Ped... Yes, it's a work in progress. It's not hard, but I need to make it so it only responds specifically to Icon. Because if other people discover that they can do sound alerts like they did with the Glorp right now, you get tired of it. I mean, the Glorp isn't bad because the cooldown period is pretty decent per user, so one person cannot solo spam the Glorp. Which is ideal. We have made it to the other side! Soundwords are fun for everybody until that one guy makes a knot, yeah. I used to have so many other, like, sound things that procced, and it just, like... You get tired of it. You really do. Bruh. Oh my god. They used to spam the hell out of the metal pipe falling. So I just removed it. The gunshot still exists. Sage's Cave. Whoa. What the... I miss Hu Tao? I don't miss Hu Tao. Now, oh my god. If you want to hear the thing that I got so sick of that I can't even stand Hu Tao anymore, as like a character, these guys, I added an alert, and I was like, oh, this would be cool. It was an alert of like this epic rap battle thing where Hu Tao and this other character did this singing thing, and they would spam it the moment it was up every time. And I'm not gonna lie, I hate it so bad now. I hate it so badly. I hate Hu Tao because of it. I can't stand it anymore. It was so long and flashy. Yeah, that's the other problem. Maybe if I made it like substantially shorter, it would have been more tolerable. This is why we paywall things. I could bring it back, but it would be paywalled. So you are the ones who defeated the vampire, eh? He was but a servant. The beast corrupting the earth crystal lurks much deeper within the cavern. Here, take this staff with you and use it behind the vampire's chamber. Ah, I see. So now we gotta go back to the thing. Okay, so here's an earth rod. Thank you. Does that seem familiar? Well, if you were there during that era, you heard it every single day, multiple times, for like 5+ hour streams. The cooldown was not that long, and then I extended it, and they still found a way. No, nobody died. I don't miss it at all. And I'm never bringing it back, to be honest. Do you have a link to a video of it or something? It might be gone. I'm not gonna lie to you because someone asked me for it one time and I couldn't find it on YouTube anymore. Is this the one? I'm getting, my blood pressure is rising just like looking at the thumbnails. It's bad. I mean, this is it, but it's not. It has to have the other maybe it was Hu Tao like rap battle? Oh, I think this was it. Nope. Here's the link. Nope. I'm not playing it. Go listen on your own time. I'm not playing it. It's pissing me off already. Nope. It's actually ruined forever. Like, I see it, I get angry. What even is it? It just is. It just is. I was there for this? Yeah. Yeah. Listen, you know, you offer people crumbs and they're still hungry for more, and it's just like, you offer them more and it's just greed. And they siphon your will. You add stuff that they enjoy and they actually just kill it for you, and you're like, alright. I learned my lesson. I really did. I am never offering anything nice to people ever again. Never. All of the good sound alerts that I'm like, I would get tired of these, they're paywalled by bits. So at least I gain something from it. Let's go to the inn. Let's replenish our everything. Like that. Indeed. That's like 1,000 bits. So we gotta go back to the cavern. Is that one like actually... That one's not as expensive. That's 150 bits. Myself. Sorry, man. I actually really like this one. But I had to put it behind bits because if it got spammed to like no end, I would get sick of it. I'm going to bed. Good night, Schubert. Okay, I don't remember the way down. I remember the way down now. Excellent. You got annoyed by the Weezer redeem. You know, and that's like 2 seconds long. You guys did the Hu Tao thing every day. Off cooldown. Off cooldown. Okay, so we go around, down. It was channel points. I increased the value of it too, but I forgot that people in this channel have like 10 quadrillion channel points. I didn't want to say I assumed it was Juvie. It was Juvie. It was Juvie, and he's literally broke on channel points, or he was, because of it. I thought it would stop them, but it didn't. It didn't stop them at all. FOMO gambling? What does that mean? I never think of what to do with channel points. I just add little, like, redeems that people can get, and then, you know, the big one is the yearly roll. You have 365, sometimes maybe less, maybe more, days to acquire the roll. I'm saving for the yearly? Yeah, that's fair. I don't think the roll will get any more expensive than what it is now. I have heard about the Wikipedia Gacha game. Yeah, 1 ticket available per day for 25k. At the end of the month, he spins for VIP. Ah, okay, okay. Smart. I did that, but weekly, and it was capped a little bit because Jesus Christ. But yeah, I used to do the VIP redeems or the VIP roulette. The main streamers I follow, I just save all my points for whatever the max is, like your yearly or leaves T Dimension. After that after 6 years, I'm always halfway towards. I'm still thinking of one roll. It would be around forever, but it would be extremely expensive. And like, anyone can get it. It never goes away. So it wouldn't be FOMO, but it would be like, it would take a while to get. But that one never goes away. But then I think it would also cause a bit of a conflict of interest, or like, at least it would be a little conflicting, and the reason it would be conflicting is because people would probably more likely want that role over the yearly role. And I think then they would feel the FOMO of, damn it, now I can't get the yearly roles. So I don't know, I'm undecided. For now, we're sticking to yearly. I have debated, because these are like super foam. Whoa. Oh, these are new. I did think about like bringing back some of the roles, but I don't know how to do it without it being like, oh, so all the people who got it as a legacy role, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, I don't want that. So I'm wondering if I should be like, if someone wanted Giga Chatters, should I do Giga Chatters and then parentheses the year that it's available? Or do I just do a one-time event where you can get any of those roles, like some crazy MMO thing, increase the price so you could get it, but then add something afterwards, like, yeah, like reprint, vintage. Late Coomer. What? First edition. That would be interesting. It'd just do like one-time events for it, where you'll have like a limited amount of time to just grab any of the ones you might have wanted in the past. But they wouldn't be anything like... It would go like... It would be a separate one underneath the other roles, I feel like. And obviously I would raise the price for each, so it's not like... The wheel you pull up, is that a browser source? And if so, can I get a link? Yes. It is called Wheel of Names. It is this one right here. That's just a... why did it give me a YouTube link? Y2Y Toes Man, because we have a person named Ty. And he's really into this game called World of Warcraft. And he's really into this character named Xal'atath. And that's as close as we got to Zally Toes. So all the regulars have an emote for their name. And I just leave them as is. I gotta add more, and I'm thinking about like removing some and changing them up. All super related to each person too. I mean, it is what I thought of when I thought of the person. So, whether you agree with it or not, it is what it is. Snowblade is literally his face. Juvie, I thought, okay, I need to find a sausage. And I looked at the 7 TV emotes for sausage, and there was a sausage with a dress. So I gave Juvie the sausage with a dress. Molly is from RuneScape. It's like the only RuneScape one that I could think of, so I just... That's what I put. Joe. Now, to be fair, all I did was look up Joe. Okay, there was no David Bowie emote. And when I said, okay guys, I'm gonna change it to what I think of Joe, 3 people said, no, just keep that one. I like that one for Joe. I'm like, okay. So that was a democratic vote. Oh my god, there's a level 4. Okay, I see one doorway over here. I see the exit or the next floor that way, and then I see a door over here. Okay. I've already bogged it up. Troll! In the dungeon! Hella stim for me. It's just so good. Oh god, I have so many like stims from stuff like Harry Potter. When people got the other emotes and everyone wanted Joe as Ellen Joe, yeah. So-called free thinkers when oh god, what is oh my goodness! Squidward! How am I already out of Thundaris? Ah, cockatrice twice. Please don't get stoned. No! I knew it, dude. Okay, well, we only have one cure thing. We only have one gold needle. We kind of need that guy, so... Greetings! Okay. Ogre Mage. Silence. Blizzara. Where was your magic cast? Okay. A waste of my damn time. Wow, 3,400 gil. Okay. I could really make use of like one more damaging spell in all honesty for this guy. It's genetic, unfortunately. Staff? Like a good staff or just a staff? Okay. What? Silence them, I'm scared. They look like they're gonna turn things into stone. I don't... Oh, they got HP for days. At least we know it's above 200. Okay. I'll let you know I did the most funny comedy skit ever on this channel. That is true. There was a whole stream where Mr. Juvie basically carried the stream, telling us to not shake that camera, man. It was spectacular. It was the Juvie show. I wish I had that VOD somewhere. I might have a VOD somewhere, but this was before, like, we knew about the DMCA purge and all that, so... This is early VR chat. Lost to history. Mr. Juvie's insane carrying moment. Don't shake that camera, man. I hate these guys. Ambushed! Can you please just attack the tank? Can you please just attack the tank? Thank you. My old VR chat history is lost too, thankfully. Yeah, I don't disagree with the thankfully part. That's... I'm also on board with never having to remember that. I mean, either way we go doesn't matter. We're trying to get to the lower side, so we have to go... We'll just go this way. They hate my healers so bad. No! I knew that would happen, man. I should have just defended on him. Do I have a Phoenix down? God damn it, we needed him so bad. I mean, I can't leave now. We're close enough to, like, the progression portion. We just... Maybe we'll find a Phoenix down here, who knows? Yeah, this could be really bad. But they're too stupid to understand who they should have attacked here, so they're dead. Okay, stop that. God damn it. Started dancing in 2020. I mean, my cringe era was the COVID era, so everything Coil Red is what I consider the cringe era of VR chat for me. Uh-oh. No. I think we just gotta. Don't turn it to... Okay, we're gonna be down two video gamers here. Take this damn rain back. Dude, you didn't even take the rain that we had because... How are you missing something that's frozen? They're a stone. Also, they have lower evasion. I mean, I'm glad this team of 2 can still wipe them off the face of the board. Granted, they're so dumb they're attacking my tank, which is they're missing the attack somehow. Mithril shield. Hell yeah. Ads are playing. Oh, look, it did it. Yippee. I want to see if it would auto do it or not, and it worked. Now let's see if it disappears in 3 minutes. It should. I did lose a lot of old content that I wish I still had because of the DMCA purge. We lost something like 3 years worth of pretty decent memories. Fortunately, I did upload at least 2 videos on YouTube. They were edited, so we don't have the full factor, but... DMCA purge? Yeah, so back in about 2021 or 2 or somewhere around there, Twitch announced a major DMCA update thing, and it was theorized that you would get banned for old content that existed, like VODs and stuff and clips that had music in them. So the reason it's called the DMCA purge is because most people deleted every clip that existed before that specific day. Because with the wording back then, they basically said that if you got like 3 strikes, similar to YouTube, if you got 3 copyright strikes, you would get banned. It wasn't permanent, but you would have to like deal with the, I don't know, whatever it is. And you know, the smart thing would have been to download all of it, but that was like terabytes of storage that I, at the time, did not have, unfortunately. I simply did not have terabytes worth of storage to put all these, like, clips into. Honestly, I don't even know if I do today. Not terabytes. I have, like, storage, but I don't... I think it added up to, like, 10 terabytes. I don't have that much storage. It, like, combined, yeah, but then I have no storage in my PC. Okay, so is it gonna disappear now? It does! Excellent. I have 3 terabytes. My external hard drive is 5 terabytes, so it's good, but... God, I really wish I had the thing right now to at least bring one of them back. Oh wait, we got a gold needle. Oh my god, we're so back. What? Let me save. Okay, all of our damage dealers are up, so that's good. Scarlet Rot, I hate that tree. The warrior looks like they're missing a leg. Every time I look at them. I knew it. Like, god damn it, man. Now, hold on. Okay, that's just the path. Is this... Okay, here's room 5. Okay, all we know is there's a doorway. So we gotta go up and then just to the left. They need a repel in this game. Ambushed! Oh, God. Why do they only do 1 damage? Good night, Mr. Goobert. Good night, man. This is so much XP that the White Mage is missing out on. I hate it because that's the one I'm depending on the most, at least. I mean, like, as far as carrying the team to not die, obviously, but... Is this the right way? Yes. Oh god, the dead. I forgot we had that. I got one screenshot of that one ad trying to read the words in the background. The first option says chocolate cook. What? Who speaks to me? Is this another boss fight when I'm missing, like, my healer? I am he who feeds on the power of earth. I will not be disturbed by mortal men. I am the Lich, fiend of earth. Uh-oh. What if this just insta-kills him, because it's Scourge? I think we just fire Raga. Uh-oh. Oh! Okay. That's okay if you're slowed, just believe in the heart of cards, you can do this. Okay, that's really bad. Okay, can you stop that? Listen to me. Use an ether on the White Mage. Sorry, on the Black Mage. We know who our carry is. Use it again, go. I'm glad it's missing the Black Mage. This is spectacular. He's not dead? What? How much HP does he have? Use another ether. That's the wrong target. Oh my god. How can he still be alive? This guy's doing one damage. Okay, that's really bad. Is he dead? Oh my god. That was like 500 HP. Oh my god. The other two do not get it. They don't get the XP. We've done it. We've gotten the first crystal, guys. Restored the Earth Crystal's light. This is the altar of Earth, from which the power of Earth flows forth. Alright. Goddamn. We gotta get back to base. Or, to a settlement. Now that we've cleared this place, how do I get back? You know, I don't know if there's any secret stuff around here. We should look around. In which case, I'm gonna turn encounters on to explore. We only do encounters off before leaving. I feel like that's fair. If someone disagrees, though, then... you know, we can... Uh-oh, don't stun him. Was there a TV behind the boss? Wait, was there? Oh, is this a TP? What is this? Oh! Where does that take me? Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't know that. Alright, let's go to Melmond. It'd be great if I could just avoid all... Oh, God. I just thought that was like something above the altar or whatever. $347. $378. Amazing. Oh, and I went the wrong way. You know, at least we beat the boss as an army of 3 because we were missing our healer. It got pretty close near the end because of the Firaga that they... And honestly, I think we would have, like, really obliterated him if the silence... If our white mage was alive to silence him, I guess. Hello. Greetings. Wait, do you guys have a church? That's assuming that you guys don't have a church. Damn, this place sucks. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be the church, but it's kind of fried. I'm pretty sure the church is the thing that's collapsed back there. Okay. I'm just thinking of my next objective here. Or not objective, but where I want to go. It's quite the distance to get to the next town that has, you know, a functioning church. Oh, God. Please. Please don't let the eye do the first move. Yeah, okay, it's cooked. Never mind, I missed. We're so back. I guess we're going to the Cornelia. Preemptive strike. We've truly overleveled. I can see why there's the option to deactivate like encounters while you travel, because I think we've really outdone ourselves with it. I mean, I know this game is quite the grind. I'm curious what level we should be if we didn't go like him. I wonder how difficult it would be to make like the classic white mage appearance in 14. Let's check the glamour site. Hello, glamour site. Classic white mage. I mean, that's close. It's just that it doesn't have the hood. No, because there's no good hood. Oh, there it is. See, that's as close as you can get to classic. Wait, no. What is that hood? That is... Oh my god, they're using the field. Ooh, I might be able to make... I might be able to make it. I'm keeping that page open. I have returned! Actually, this place is really bad for the inn, because I don't think the inn replenishes as much as other places, but... let's at least res our fallen heroes. Yeah, that town was... Baroque! Wait, these guys sell the golden needles? You do. You know, just in case, I'm buying 5 of these. We do have 78k. I guess we'll visit the inn. Awesome. All right. I think that's a good stopping point for today. We have acquired the Earth Crystal, or we've replenished it, rather. That's good. Good progress. I should probably get to work on my assignments, so... Ladies and gents, thank you for hanging out today. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow, and we will be playing Repo, so be sure to follow my social, join the Discord, now that's already, I'd really appreciate that. Remember to eat your free, brush your teeth, all that jazz. Glirop, true. And tomorrow will be Repo, so we'll be taking a little bit of a break from Final Fantasy 1, which will come back on Thursday. So until then, the adventurers can take a break, and I'll send you to a different adventurer. The Runeskald, who's currently doing just chatting, and is feeling moldy, so go say what's up. GG's, thanks for hanging out, I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days. And I will see you tomorrow, if I do. And if I don't, then I'll see you the next time we play Final Fantasy. GG's! Yes, raid message. Glorp YU. Like this. GG's! Do I join the Discord? If you would like. I'm worried there's a limit to how many servers you can join. It is 100 without Nitro and 200 with Nitro. So there are limits. There are limits. Alright, I'm out. Peace!
Oh yeah.